All right, just gonna be off camera for a little bit this morning. Feeling cozy and sleepy, so just taking it slow. All right, so our main goal is we want to go ahead and make the alpha here transition better on our model, and that's going to require some experimentation inside of Unity. So we're going to go ahead and work on that right now. And might clean up the corner of that eye a little bit. But overall, it's looking pretty good. Should put on some music too. Music. Like my dramatic Warhammer music, so that's what we're gonna put on. Hope everyone's having a good morning. Just taking things slow right now. Cats are playing. Quite cute. They've gotten to know each other quite well now. Loading. So I know that I will want to change this texture because this is a little garbage right there. So we're going to cats are so cute. I'm gonna make a little file for making the texture. Why not? Camera. I'm gonna make it a square text or square resolution. Switch it to orthographic. Switch the size to 1. And maybe 2. And we'll move it up. Okay. And we are in rendered view now. We're going to make the background black. Turn off the grid. And we'll save this here as Fox pound protect per. And we can make a plane, shrink it down a little, and give it a material that is just white. But it won't actually be perfectly white. It's a very annoying part of Blender to me. It's completely white there, but it's actually a little gray on the screen. And that's because what we need to do is set Blender's color management to raw. Now it's white. Okay, so basically we're gonna make should be able to grab the vertices. That would be nice. Basically, we're just gonna make a spiky shape for now. I think I actually would prefer to have a bunch of smaller shapes. We'll do that for now. Not perfect, but that's the start of the file, and we just get it up so we can connect in our output. This will do PNG. Could just do a JPEG alpha. Probably be a little bit nicer. I don't think there's any other texture we're going to layer in currently. So. All right, and then we'll go to Foxhound here. And here we have the albedo, a fur alpha. So I'm just going to create a new folder, and I'll call this fur. This will be a little bit different than the fluff tail. It's kind of its own thing. Show Explorer. Copy the path, go to Blender, we'll output this right there, and we'll call it B2. And then we'll set our frame renders to 111, save, and I'd like to render animation. Can I change how it names it? Let's go. Blender, remove, frame, number. Simply put test.mp4 as the output, not just test. Okay. I'll put file extensions. Gotcha. Okay, so remove that and then just put dot JPEG. Save, render. Okay, we should have a file here now. It's just for alpha. but it looks broken. JPEG 001 file. So that means it did save the. That would work, but we still have. Still not what I want. I really don't want the 0001. Let me look up that. Specify the full file name and disable file extensions. So apparently this works. Unless it's .jpeg. I hate this kind of bullshit. This one's working fine. Blender, render, image, not saving. Pixie. Don't show my face. This is fine-ish. But in compositing on the file, and that's what I can put here. Alpha v2 accept. And anything to do with this node? Puts it in a folder. I suppose that makes sense. Okay, so we'll go up one. Take this. Copy that. Delete it. Paste that here, accept. And we'll call this one image for alpha. Funny. So many things. Still adding a frame number. I guess there's no way around that. All right. Then that's what we have. We have a little number at the end. Okay. And then we're going to use that with the body shader. So we were using this decal here. And what we'd like to do is get back. So that's where this would appear normally, and we can see that that's exactly where we would want it, right there. But we want to mask that with our vertex group, R1, which is getting built using vertex colors red, we should have vertex colors. Oh goodness. Can I see them here? Yeah, I can see the red right there. So we definitely do have vertex colors. I just don't understand why it's not working. So you have the mask, set it to 1-3. Just switch up 4A. Multiply, I guess. Then on the actual decal here, I'm just gonna reset this. I feel like the masks were in the wrong default values. I'm gonna switch it back to the alpha because the alpha, there is no alpha actually with my JPEG, so I'll have to change that up back to a PNG. Excuse me. And we want to use the second UV mask. You can see it now. Now I can switch the color. Well, let's try the alpha first. alpha blend mode, replace. But then we want to mask it. Setting the global mask here, that's using the red in the vertex colors. Is it because the body doesn't have vertex colors technically? Let's go back to the body. Because we have the vertex colors there. To go here, we can see them, but I wonder if that's not enough in the actual data. Character. So let's go to vertex paint. Okay. Oh, I did add it. It's right to me. I think that's correct. So it must be because the way we're blending the alpha, we are saying alpha blend replace when we could say multiply or off just disables it, so we want something in here. Yeah. It's useless. It's there a little. Is odd. It's just texture blending. Is on cutout. It's still not cutting out. Object. Positioning's fine. Decal. Mask. Channel. Oh, from up here. That would be, I guess, 2. Hey! Hey! Get out of there! No. Oh, I'm back in here. Also changes the eye color. Replace kind of works, because we can see this now. But it's not working on the body. Oh! I get it. The body on UV2 looks like this. Oh well, that's actually not what I expected. But still, that would make a difference. Hey! But I would expect my mask to have more influence. I would expect my mask to mask out where the alpha blend has influence. Interesting. Maybe my alpha is actually flipped. No, it's working. Again, it's working right here. I think linear colors also does not help that much. See, subtract almost works. Just the alpha channel would need to be flipped. Okay, then let's work with that. Here we go, the fur. If it needs to be flipped, then we'll go to shading, make this black, and make the background white. One. Boom. And render animation. So I need to do more there. Fix it up. Yeah, because actually I would need to use a hold down texture. That's wrong, but that's okay. What are you doing? Sorry, I did that wrong. Film. Transparent. There we go. Render. Nope. Compositing. Switch this to APNG, RGBA, and render. This is the JPEG. Alpha's transparency. Body. Swap the decal. We're looking good. So there we go. Something actually fuzzy. The normals might be a little too strong, to be honest. Normal blend. That would be fixable in here. Whoa, excuse me. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Hey. So I thought that Hey! Sorry, gotta yell at my cat. But what we can do is for the meshes, we actually would be able to link them into a single item like this. Go object, link object data. And we can just call this for strand mesh. Beautiful. So now they all share the same groups, which means we can swap this from firm mask to mask data transfer first string. My cats are going crazy behind me. Go to here, swap that, copy to selected, and then on the actual group, I would like to paint that. Zero. Let's disable everything. Okay. Alright. Try that. So now they shouldn't blend quite so hard. We already combined the mesh data, we already updated the vertex group they're all looking at. Should be good to go ahead and recompile and export. Ubuntu. I'm gonna put this up here. A little bit of time. Port. Bada boom. Ooh, yeah. Okay. So now there's a little more we can do on the actual sharpness here. So, go to alpha options. We actually can enable dithering. But that won't work in our current setup because there is no gradient at all. They don't have any blur. So, we can go back to our little blending file. I can hear the cat's just like, did you calm down? Actually, no, it's adorable. And we'll render animation. I guess I need to plug this in here. So now, on our view, we can zoom out. And we can see that the edge is blurred a little bit. I think we want to bump that up. Let's try 80. That's quite strong. Save. Render animation. Back here. That should have updated this one. Because it is the same image going to all of them. The PNG. Is it blurry here? Yes, it is. Okay. So that means we now can adjust the alpha mod. You see we can actually taper it a little. And then we could also adjust that dither gradient. So they're a little softer. Not even have much of a little. It looks nice. And we can, of course, actually use something that looks a bit more like fur. But I wanted to try the stylized look first. So, in fact, let's go back to layout. And let's just delete a few of these. Meh. Not great. It's got this big chunk up top that we need to get rid of. You know, that's not bad. That really isn't too bad. And yeah, when we get up close, it does look a lot softer. So let's see if we can adjust even more of that. Dither gradient. I can switch the alpha to 0. The pre-multiply looks nice and soft too. Just gonna find something that kind of matched the look we already had on the avatar. All right. All right, one more change. Test, really. Making these a lot longer. Hey. Render error. Oh, weird. Wasn't expecting that. I'd say a little bit higher and a few more thinner pieces. So I actually do like the taper right from the get-go on the sides here, so I'm actually gonna just like do that. Beautiful. And we can also break this texture up even more into some smaller sections. Like we'll do, this will be one little corner up here and then another little corner here, etc., etc. And just use multiple planes, but I think that looks decent for right now. It's a bit odd. And we could only fix that by going back to Foxhound himself and adjusting the triangulation method we're using here. Now we are using a triangulate right here, but I want to keep that one because that's important for the body. So we'll need to triangulate our fur strands a little further up the chain. So go here for a curve. Sorry, boom, boom, that, and we'll drop on a triangulate, which will switch to beauty, I think. Keep normals. Just select them. So now they should all be getting triangulated beforehand. Triangulated. Let's see. Let me figure out a good combo. Not really. What if we put a cut here? That does help. Doesn't solve it, but it does increase the count or the cost per fur strand. So the more curved the more curved the chunk of fur is, the more likely we'll see that kind of degradation. Okay, let's go ahead and pop that update. Right. Let's see if this improves. It'll help a little bit, but not the most essential change. Let's look better. All right. Still need to fix up that eyeball. And then we can start focusing on adding more fur. All right. Save. So the eye is messed up because we can see it's red. We don't want it to be red. In fact, nothing else should be red. The teeth shouldn't be red. The nose shouldn't be red. It should just be our boy, little fur strands. So let's go back to body edit right here. And what I want to do is take the body and these objects, actually just the body right here. And let's actually look out more. Do you have vertex colors already? No. So almost all of these, it's a no. Here's where that UV map bullshit's coming from. Okay, so that means we'll select the body, select everything else, and say object link object data. Oh shit, no, not that one. Oh, I might have just crashed my computer. Undo that. Not link. Transfer. There we go. Colors. We want to transfer the active layer. We'll just say color by name. Beautiful. Okay. That should yield a version where the only red we see is on the fur. That's what we save and combine again. All right, there we go. What are you two doing? Huh? Just running around? Go. All right, so now no worries of that or affecting anything else. Okay, go back. Time to make a shit ton of fur. Like first order of business. That is right. I'd like it to come out more. Let's look at our reference image. So yeah, this guy's way fluffier. We would really want this to come out almost as far as it can. Actually want to swap on the shading. It's PNG.
Sorry. No, we're not dating. I'd rather die, I think.
So, like, for that answer, that was like a fake laugh, right?
It was like shock. Are you guys...
What? Yeah, Pixie. He's upset about something. You know, I guess it's because the shrink wrap's pulling so strongly that it can't actually quite get full enough. So we need to adjust that shrink wrap. So we'll go in here and let's take a little look. I think that here we're gonna switch this to, let's see, that's 1.5 and 0 there. I think we'll switch this to 0.25. Same copy. Take a look again. I guess I don't like the texture. We go back to fur. In here, going to move these ones up. Right about there. Yeah, it went down a little too far. So we'll save there. Render out that animation again. Bada boom. Open up our boy. And yeah, that looks a little bit better. I am gonna have to start readjusting them soon. I could use a groom. Well, no, I've built those systems before and they get annoying, so. Hey. Okay. My cat. Open this up. Can go into edit. Do I have any sort of. Can I sculpt? That'd be cool. That's a no. Just missing that, just that one. Oh my goodness. Actually going to. I want to be able to select both of them. Can I deselect? Like a type of object. So if I go like this, it's like deselect. Yeah. Oh. Poor kitty cat. We think she's going into heat now. She's a little sad, honestly. Check my cats real quick. Oh shit, the music's been interesting. Sorry for slamming y'all with the music. I didn't realize I was going. I must have enabled it. Oh right, I enabled it for my recording last time. Turn that off. Hey, chill out a little. It's looking pretty cool, honestly. I like it. Might be hard to get a real-time update of how this is all turning out. But I would like to see it. Yeah. I just can't go back and forth too many times. After this next little preview, I think I'm gonna do my best to get the rest of the hair in before I do another. Otherwise, we'll be wasting time. Pudding. Can I export? No. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. And it's waiting again. Okay. Interesting. Now I want to go back to the longer threads. Definitely going to need some variation in there. But it looks cool. I like the look. Oh, we definitely need to enable. They blend in pretty well, though. I'm interested to see how they hold up with the animation. The animations are broken, so don't judge the animations themselves. But I want to see how the objects move with facial animations. I have to turn off the clothes. Whoa. Yeah, things are definitely off. Good God. It exploded. Okay, they're not moving with him at all. Answers that question. Because, of course, because we don't even have on them the vertex groups. So when we sample, because we are sampling the data transfer, but we only have 3 vertex groups. So there's no place for all that data to go. We'll just click generate data layers. And now they have none. Okay. Base corner. Okay, we're getting the normals. Shrink wrap. UVs. No limit on that, so we'll also include the vertex data, vertex group, generate data layers. Now we should have, okay, perfect. All right, so now it should move with it next time. But I still want to create a nice, like, cap. Pixie. Shut up. She's so loud. Sorry. Oh, getting hungry. I'll probably feed them in about 30 minutes. And we can blast the webcam on. All right, we're back. Cool. Yeah, that feels better. Hey, chill though. Work out. Hey. Calm down. Sorry to yell on stream. Gotta keep them under control. Hey, what's going on? Hey. So cats really know when they've been talked to. They don't particularly care for it, but they do know when you mean business. But okay, and let's start tackling the larger chunks of fur we are going to need. So these are the fur strands. I'd like to now focus on fur groups. So I think how we're going to do that is actually pretty similar. We're going to start with mesh strand. Just take one of these, duplicate it, and send it to the fur groups collection. There. And then let's get rid of the curve. and wonder why it's rotated. It should not look like that. Oh, that was the shrink wrap doing that. That totally makes sense. We'll leave the shrink wrap on. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees. This was just the one. Okay. Then we're going to add a array here. So we have this nice array. Let's make it like 12 deep. And then that's our first array, which I could probably make a better version of with a geometry nodes, and I am going to do that. It'll be something we'd want to create in geometry nodes master. Just going to make a new scene because I'm lazy. And in here, we're going to make a plane. To dissolve those verts. So we get this nice thing here. What are we going to do? We're going to make a group on this. Another object. Yeah. And we'll call this instance or array, better array. Array. Great. Yeah. Array. And we'll do mesh to points. But we're not going to do it on the geometry we have in here. We're actually going to create a grid. Hey, Pixie. Okay. So make a grid. Grid. Make a face. You know what? I actually have a better option. We'll just add a grid here. That's great. We'll say instance, something like that. Instance self on mesh. Boom. So we'll take an object. Oh my god. Object info. We're gonna do this. We'll do relative. We'll do mesh to points. And we'll actually probably do this 3 times. Next we'll do vertices, edges, faces. And then we'll instance on points by taking our geometry here and instancing it on these points. So for example, we'll sample this object. So beautiful. And that gives me a lot more control because now I can adjust my mesh however I want without having to worry about the object. And if we click here, there's a few things we would love to be able to control, such as instance scale, scale instances. Set that to a combine XYZ. Set this to a 1. So I don't really want to rotate them. Just want to instance and be able to scale it. And I think that's about it. All right. Besides for this, which is adjusting which points we're using. Cool. Save. Go to GeoNodes. We'll take our excuse me. Take our what? Node. Mark it an asset. Save. Return to Foxhound. Got our little chunk of fur. And what we want is a big strip of fur that we can adjust. So to do that, we'll switch this to our asset browser. Instance on self. Or instance self on mesh. Boom. Which means we need a object here. We have the components, make a plane, shrink it down, do something like that. We'll make sure things are squarish. We'll add a subdivision set to simple. And we'll use this for instance on self. And so now we have a nice script that we'll set to edges. So we get this solid overlap like so. Looks nice. We do need to go back and clean up this node just a little. So for example, we would want to make sure we realize the instances so they're all mesh by the end. There's other ways we could have dealt with that, but I don't care. All right, now we're going to add a deform. We're going to add a deform displace. Displaced by verb. Hey! think I need to feed them soon. They're just getting grumpy. Doing the mask coordinates. Do I need to create a texture? I could just offset them. Well, I can. I can just do offset selection. Okay. Move it up. The selection will be our fur mask. I can't do that still because why? Probably because fur mask is different. There we go. Okay, so that is working. We're offsetting the wrong value. It's okay. Just know it's working now, which is nice. I think we'll add a new. Just use that one. Something like that. Okay. So now we can see we've got this big old chunk of fur. What I'd like to do now is take a curve circle, and we will use another curve deform. Just want to switch this to stretch bounds clamp, shrink it way down. Actually, we'll use just a normal Bezier. Guess we could just slap a mirror mod on here with it. The thing. One of those things and stuff. That. Okay. Beautiful. Now, we cry. Not yet. Some definite advantages we're missing. Okay, let's just take a little look though. Go to big fan of how that looks, to be honest. Okay. We'll see how this looks in Unity. Yeah, I need to know if it's a solid direction before we go much further. So with our body, we're combining a few different things. We're combining fur mesh. I think we need to rename this to fur groups mesh and drop that here. I just need to make sure that's the only mesh in there. It looks like it is. So we should be able to update. Send to Unity. Boy. Interesting. That's probably because I actually would need to merge this object last. No, every other things would be deleted, so meshes. Just review this one. That looks fine. Body LP is simply missing. That's right. We've only added this one, and that is apparently what's broken it. Uh, why? There really isn't anything that should be preventing it from being joined. Maybe let's just try dropping this in here and going here and removing that. Try again. Excuse me. Why the addition of this? Why would that break it? It's annoying. Did I perhaps sample the wrong object when I did my data transfer? Instance on self, that's fine. Curve, data transfer, body low. We do need vertex groups as well. We do need the data there. Setting our selection, yeah, that makes sense. Level. Maybe that was it there, just section. So I don't understand why it would be. More time. Update. And what the hell? Error executing text, shape key baker, 3 error, no selected vertices. So it's my postscript error? No, it must be because everything's missing. I'm just gonna update it. Get it back for now. Loaded. Still stuck loading. Holy shit. Load. Load. Do I get a follow for that? Hello, animators. Animation. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. We're just waiting on Blender to figure itself out, and then we're gonna hopefully modeling. We're working on this persona character here, and we're kind of chipping away at making the fur, which is coming along pretty well. Hello, Henry. Tweak that a little. Change the mouse selection to that gum line. It's a little too dark there. One day, this will load. That is not this day. I think I might just have to close it. Okay, for some reason this little object here is not working. So we're going to make sure it's removed from this collection. It's always so annoying deleting these because I guess you have to just start over. Main meshes. Big. Then mesh. Okay, that should fix it. And then delete all that crap. It's just floating around. I'm not going to rebake it just yet. We're going to just go to our working file, working version, fur mesh. This is the fur we're working on. And these ones are supposed to work with the curves. So I'm going to say fur mesh curves. And then I'm going to make one more called fur mesh. Just that alone. That way, enable both. I'll take this guy, duplicate him, and send him to fur. And what we'll do with him is get rid of this curve modifier and then just manually be putting this object on the body. So, I'd like to add onto it a deform displace for the mask, the shrink wrap, and make it very minimal amount of push. Probably make another group for that actually. For now, it's that. And this is just going to give us a really fast way to make a bunch of fur. Now, these should be blending a bit better because we do have the shrink wrap. Maybe we'll put the displace down first, then shrink wrap. It's a little bit better. And it should be copying the normals. And the vertex group, that should have been copied to everything. Let me disable body low poly. Turn on the fur here, select everything on data transfer. This should be enabled. This should be enabled. And this should be enabled. Okay. Body back on. Boom. And then copy modifiers. It's a bit better. These near each other. Something like that, like a single tuft. Duplicate them all at the same time. Right? Not too shabby. And we can just keep going. It's going to get messy. It's going to need some tweaking later. But it is a nice start. We are getting to keep all the vertex groups, all that jazz from the original body. Nice and simple. And easy, most importantly. All right, let's take a quick gander at the final result. So we have fur mesh curves and fur mesh. So we'll need to combine that one as well with the final version by coming here, select body, add in fur mesh. So save and rebuild the body. JM Toriente, hello, welcome back. It's been a while. Hope you've been doing well. Happy Monday. Ooh. Cats really quick. Ooh. They're sunbathing. Good morning, Arctic. Hello, hello. Happy Monday. Just waiting on Blender to load. Okay, so something's still breaking. In the way these are coming together. That's sad. Um, error executing text shape key Baker v3. Error no selected vertices. These can be disabled. Remove shape key and selection. Reset shape keys. That's got to be the selection eyes. Went to the seaside with the fam this weekend, played a lot of mini golf, and visited a donkey sanctuary. Oh, very cool. A divine donkey. Oh, what's taking so long to save? There's nothing to save right now. Blender. You're breaking my heart, Blender. My niece has adopted a lot of donkeys, keeps fundraising for them, so she was really excited to introduce us to all of them. That's awesome. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. That's in Unity. Okay. That sounds like a Unity error. Move shape keys and selection. This is the selection we want to remove. Remove shape key and selection. This is breaking things. Can't believe I'm stuck just waiting on shit to load all the time. I'll be right back. it has to be the fur that's messing up. Because everything else was baking nicely before. Unless there's some new version. This. I don't think there is. Why is it still broken? For it to load again. Pixie, what are you doing, huh? What are you doing? Being sleepy? Hmm. Okay, that also didn't work. We're not missing any of this data though. Unless we moved something for the low poly body out of any of the collections we're referencing. Main meshes, Claus Baker. Where you going, huh? Where you going, huh? Ooh. Okay, I gotta sit you down. Be this the eye selection. So let's take a look at the eye. Oh, duh. I always forget that this is a possibility. Ah, so annoying. Okay, There wasn't an issue necessarily with my script, but it is an overlooked issue. I disabled being able to select that collection. So the script can't access it. So it's not a problem with the script, any of my scripts. It's just a problem with Blender interface. Okay, good. It's a relief. Still annoying it took me that long to figure that out, though. Pixie, what? She just wants too much attention. You are a greedy baby, full of desire for attention. Baby kitty cat, which is just a pudgy baby kid. Yeah, how happy he is. Poor baby. I know. You just need lots of love right now. You just need lots of love. Are you too hungry? Okay, okay. I'll be right back. Eat liver. That sounds good for you too. For me, liver. If I could open it. Too far. Please as punch. Okay. Those two love eating. There we go. Okay, there's the boy. Looking pretty good. These strands I might give some a little bit more thickness to, because right now they're just planes, but I could push up the middle. Try to give them a little more volume. Maybe even like a triangulish shape. Maybe not, actually. Might be better if they're not. Yeah, actually, I don't want that at all. Just kind of like a folded plane would be perfect. Okay. Good stuff. I would like to see this in Unity. Oh, that looks great. Perfect. Looks really good from like this angle. Yeah. Interesting. It almost looks like invisible when the pattern lines up. Definitely looks invisible from where the normals are pointing. So, what that means is that for our little fur group mesh, not this thing. That thing was not fun to work with. So once here, duplicate one, set it to 0, and disable its shrink wrap. Looking at just the object itself. Going to it did nothing. The shrink wrap is going to destroy that completely because it doesn't matter if it's arched at all if the shrink wrap takes it and moves it. So maybe what we would want to do instead is try to recreate that with our displace. Or we switch the orders of the displace. Yeah, actually, we should have done that. I know, I know. You just ate. You gotta put your food away. Oh, yeah, yeah, right there, right there. Just get some rest. Got stuff to do. All right, is that okay? So swap these. And select them all and say copy modifiers. It seems like it gave it a bit more volume. And so yeah, I will do more of that. Let's switch this to 3D viewport as well. Go down here. This one I'll turn off the mirror and get a better look. Let's look at that displace. Actually, the displace is just using the shrink wrap as well. So yeah, let's definitely take a look at this group. So I think ideally it just looks like a hi. Ah, I see. I have it inverted. Perfect. All right. See how that's looking for the other ones. Hmm. As great as I'd like. Right. And then the other trick was. There we go. That looks better. I'm going to just go ahead and make them all a little bit bigger. Okay, I like that. Then we're just gonna use our super simple, super lazy method of duplicate, paste, shrink a little. Alt D. All right. Need to see it. Making a lot more progress now. Well, just say again, hope everyone's having a good day out there. Happy Monday, everyone. Taking it slow. Working on some fur. It's going to be a good week. Good morning, Right from Passion. Enjoying your art project thus far? I am. Making some good progress. This is where we stopped a second ago. We're working on the fur right now, trying to get that looking super nice. How you doing? Thank you. I appreciate that. And in the background is my cats running around. I'm glad to hear it. Fun been always important with art. 100%. 100%. Oh. Okay. Now we've moved the changes over. Taking a little look in Unity. I want to see how it's blending. How many cats do you have? Mine also checks in me when I'm on my computer. Got the two. We've got a little adoptee and then Mara. We got a kitten about 3 to 4 months ago, so it's been going well. They're getting along. We introduced them immediately, and it didn't actually seem to bother them too badly, which is nice. Thanks. The fur looks a little. We keep getting these odd little like hooks. Suppose that's not too bad. Might want to smooth that just a little. But it's definitely looking fuzzy now. From pretty much every angle, so that's good. That's where we want to be. All right, let's move the fur just up the face a little bit more and fill in the rest of this. How long have I been using Blender? Must be going on. I've been doing art for a long time, but I started doing Blender full time. I think it must be 5 years ago now. Yeah. So I kind of made the transition when I saw generative AI coming out, and I was like, that's gonna make drawing hard, drawing and painting hard. And plus, I think I just like 3D more. I do like digital work, kind of being able to reuse and build off of a lot of the work you did before. Yeah, not to get into the too much of that, but yeah, about 6 years, 5 to 6 years now, full time. And VR chat's been that's what I'm making this avatar for. It's like a video game, if you're familiar. VR chat's been like my main source of work. So, kind of an interesting space to be in. Go ahead and join left. Finish up this fur. I think we're making real good progress now. Yeah. No VR chat makes sense, but it gives good work. 5 6 years is impressive. I know little of Blender, but it looks very much like you know what you're doing. Thank you. Even the small amount I've seen. I appreciate that. Sometimes it does not feel that way. But I do enjoy it either way. Certainly always keeping me on my toes. Do you do work with Blender as well? But that looks cool. Excited to see how that one comes out. I might need to simplify these though. This is a lot of fur already. I mean, it's only... How much are the clothes again? I didn't have to turn off everything to look at that. With the clothing, that brings us to... It's only 48,000. Okay. And we still got a lot that we can add. Perfect. It's a little weird. I think let's lower our displace amount. Let's disable it. Not to say I know very well, more in the tutorial stages. That's exciting. I mean, I don't know if you'd be interested, but I am doing tutoring. So I do offer like personalized tutoring, so whatever you'd like to learn in Blender, I'd be happy to kind of show you the ropes and do some schooling. If that is ever something you might want to do. I specifically the VR chat avatar pipeline is what I like specialize in. that I do know a little bit of everything in some ways. Enough to get myself in trouble. All right, that looks cool. I think we'll go with some of this for now. All right, let's check that. Oh. Oops. Well, I guess yeah. Boom. Okay, heck yeah. Well, let me send you my info. I have a little just Google sign up form, and drop it right there. Just this little tutoring sign up, and it really is just whatever you'd like to learn. So if you have like something specific you want to get into, you can start wherever you're at. Hello, Jeannie. Welcome. Also very fascinating watching you work. Thank you for the link. Thank you. Thank you for being interested. And no pressure either. I'm always here. I'm always around. You're always free to ask questions during the stream as well. Sometimes the monster gets me. He probably curled up somewhere. Yeah. Again, hope everyone's having a good day out there. Taking it slow, easing into the week. I got up at 4:15 today. Go for my morning run. Trying to move my exercise to the start of the day rather than the end. We're gonna see how that goes. Right now, it's made me a little sleepy. I'm sure I'll get used to it though. Mm. Taking just a little bit of time to load. It is very so I made an add-on that'll compile all my collections together. So like rather than making one object and working in a very destructive way, I can kind of keep everything separate and just combine things when I need them. But get kind of slow stacking all that stuff together after a while. Hope everyone's having a good day. We're just gonna chill for a little second as this loads. Pick up my kitty cat. Dixie. Behold! Where's your... Oh, he was right next to me. He was right next to me the whole time. Oh, get lay there with your buddy. So cute. Yeah, she's adorable. There we go. Finally loaded. And now enable the rig. Select, export out to Unity. Okay, so once we're done with this, we just need to readjust the facial animations and recreate a few shape keys, and then we're done. Cool. It works quite well in the eyebrows. See how it works with some animation. These are not going to work correctly. But they do work pretty well. Oh, yeah, we're missing. The teeth don't even have any animation yet. Actually, it's holding up quite well, though. Like just the fur on the body. We can see that the normal maps here are moving, which is definitely a little goofy. Is that an import issue? Legacy blood shapes. Sometimes I calculate them like, but can't do that there, of course, because we're importing custom normals. May not be too big of a deal. Oh, you know what? It's not actually the normals that's the issue. The issue, it's actually the shadow being cast from the jaw. That's what's going on. All right, that looks awesome. We're definitely going to fill out the rest of the face then. Hang on 1 second, y'all. I'm going to mute and see what's going on with my cat. All right, she's doing fine. She's just a needy little baby. Honestly, this looks really cool. I wasn't sure what to expect with it, but I'm quite pleased with what I'm seeing. The cigar for now. Hi. Hi. I'm right. Jeez. I know. You're a needy little baby. Don't. Don't. Oh. Sorry. Up you go. Up you go. There you go. You can hang out with me. Just be right up there. How's that? I might even try to make a little fade here. Oh, interesting. That's weird. I wonder why that's happening. That must be the ambient occlusion. Because it's the I don't think the ambient occlusion gets written with transparency. So you can kind of see that. Or maybe that's with how that's blending. That seems a little weird. Let's just take oh, there's the other one. There's the other one. Hi. Hi. He's got a very loud purr. Like our other one. There you go. I am Cat King. Behold. Here. Yeah. You can lay down. Yeah. Hey. Cute. All right, let's take a look at that blending. So we unlocked the object. Now we can look at the decal right here. We have set the alpha blend mode to subtract. I set it to multiply. That totally breaks everything. But you can see how the shading is very similar to the effect we're getting. Perhaps what we need to do is blend out like the smoothness or something. We keep it on subtract. We might as well try to get the edges of the fur all the way to the edge of the mesh. That's a decent gap right there. If it just filled it in, then I feel like we wouldn't notice that as much. So let's do that first. So here is our image. I'm just going to put the cursor right here. Deselect these and these and these, and then 0.6 SY. Y. Scale that up right about, I think. Actually, no, it was the other way, right? We wanted it to come closer to the edge. Cool. A bit. Certainly not perfect, but it helped. Hmm. I can also fill that out. Our modifier. Maybe not. Looks cool though. Hello, Pixie. I am back, and so are you. Welcome back. Got some cats with me. You want to go check on her? She's upset. I don't know why. Is it only my phone, or is the screen black? I think that may be your phone. I'm not having any issues as far as I can tell. Now he looks a little jagged. It's good when it's softer, yeah. Ow. Hello, Pixie. That is working now. I think Twitch hates me today. Stream is frozen, but I hear you. Interesting. Let me look at it on my end. Maybe it's those UK laws getting you. It's working fine on my end. Same with another stream. Interesting. Now it works? Oh, good. Okay. Oh, that's good. No, you cannot play with the cursor. They're ruining each other. How's Mr. Wolf? Who is Mr. Wolf? This is Fox Hound. Um, Commission we're kind of revisiting. We worked on him a while back, but the client wanted kind of a different vibe, so we're making some changes. No, you're fine. Do I like the sharpened look? No, I like it being a little softer. All right, that should all be good. I might have the blur up too far. I think we have this like mangier look. Are we getting this here? Hello, Popstar. Welcome. Welcome back. Tried VR chat yesterday. Had lots of fun looking at models. VR chat has won my heart over almost immediately. Well, good. It's definitely an interesting experience. You know, make sure you're looking out for yourself. Don't deal with bullshit. But I'm glad to hear that. I wish I had the time for VR chat. Yeah, it is definitely harder and harder to find that time nowadays. Okay, so it's the specular map. Hmm. You made a travel guide Instagram. Well, heck yeah. That's awesome. See, what's going on? May I share it? Yeah, go right ahead. I feel like the alpha isn't cutting the other way, should it? Why is the smoothness even getting considered here? The wonders of VR. Very cool. That looks amazing. Well, curse you, Instagram. What are you doing? She's going nuts. Can I mask out the smoothness? But the problem is that it's simply affecting the smoothness at all. Unless it's the ambient occlusion, we should be able to test by going to light data and removing the ambient occlusion map. That did not make a difference, so it's not. But we can see it go away in its effect when we adjust the specular. Second specular. Split mask, same thing. There we go. Ignore casted shadows. Okay, so that means it's the shadowing that's doing it. Popstar, watch this guy. I'm sure he'll answer questions you have. Oh, sorry. Oh, travel to make amazing avatars. I know I have to. I did miss your question, Popstar. I'm currently learning about making avatars. Just wanted to stop by and say hi. I'm still too low ranked to even make an Abby, so got some more leveling up to do. Just throwing it out there. I am doing tutoring now, so I can drop that link in chat. In fact, I really should make it show up in my screen more often. But I've made a little sign up form that you all are welcome to check out. And if you're interested in, like, it would just be you picking a project and me helping you get to the point that you're creating that project. So at least that's the idea. Send. And I'll copy that. Drop that in chat for you. So yeah, Popstar, if you're ever looking for some hands-on direction or teaching, let me know. I might actually do a more affordable one. Is it free? I don't have money to pay. Unfortunately, it is not free. But I'm trying to get thinking of doing like a more affordable one where I could have like maybe an hour or two during the day where people could do donations or something for kind of longer winded answers. Or heck, maybe even like a TikTok thing. I'll make send me $10 and I'll make a YouTube short teaching a technique, going over a certain technique. It looks cool. Yeah, this guy looks. All right. So it's the shadow casting that's the issue. Can we mask shadowing? So we have shading, shadow strength, type, tint, thickness, light data, shadow map. I don't think that's quite the same thing. Let's see. Boy, mask, shadow. Need to be new user rank. I'm not sure how many more rank ups I need. Gotcha. Oh, to start uploading? I think it just takes time. If you just interact with people and friend them and stuff, I think it should rectify itself. Did the donut guide. That time I tried to start making Abby's, I like that one. Well, good. Texture used to define the detail shadows for different areas on the model. Detail shadows darken the lighting provided by direct. Texture used to define the shadow mask different areas. Shadow mask reduces the influence of shadows. Okay, that is what I want. Shadow masks. So that would be to prevent these shadows here. Where was it? Light data, shadow, mask, right here. I'm not sure what to do with that. Let's just see it on. I can't replace it with anything. Thank you. I'll try to get on today and work on stuff. Sounds good. Well, good luck with your avatar work. Not sure who made it. It was YouTube. Andrew Price. That's the YouTuber that made the donut, Blender donut. Rendering. All Z test. Blending. Advanced alpha blending. All right, let's try the shadow mask. Not sure the best way to do that. I guess 0. That didn't fix the issue, so now I'm actually convinced that's not what we would need to do. Data. Hmm. We can add masks to the shading. Can't tell what that would be doing though. Oh no, light map to global mask. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Actually. Huh. You can do some really cool stuff with that. Um, Not much to do there. Can I disable it by doing the callback? Does look a little bit better with that disabled. Early Z. I don't know enough about those other options. Okay, we're just gonna live with it for now. Let's go ahead and get some more fur on the character. There's probably a way to remove the shadows completely from that calculation, but I don't know enough about shading to do that. Okay, so turn the body low poly. All right, back to recording. Okay, so we want to get some fur all up along the muzzle here. And we'll kind of like cheat a little. I'm going to do Alt D, Alt D, Y, and just use Shift R to repeat that process because it's going to take some time. And we'll actually do Shift X. Do that again as well. Punch. That might be a little bit too big. Shrink those a little. My God, this dog next door is jumping in its cage and is literally like thumping the wall. That's so annoying. Stand it. Those hair cards. Hello, Spixel. Welcome. Fur looks great. Thank you. Yes, they are. These are just some simple planes with some shrink wrap on them so that they kind of like stick. And not too much more to them than that. Thank you. Hope you've been doing well, Spixie. Send you the donut blender link. Thank you. That's your personal the donut you made. Hopefully this comes out well. I'm not sure what to expect with this. No, the guide I used to try and make my update. Finding time. Time I stopped by your chat. Okay. Never did finish it. Little Lucy. Oh, I want to crack my neck. Oh. Yeah. This guy's done like this tutorial a few times. It's probably the most uh um comprehend like one of the better Blender tutorial. It's definitely the most well known. But if I ever get back into VR, I want to redo the troll. Heck yeah. I'm sure at some point we'll be back in VR a little more strongly, because I just think it's kind of a matter of time for its popularity to hit critical mass. VR chat's going to be a big part of that, especially now that Roblox is getting sued. Well, that's a lot of fur. The only thing I like is the tail, and you made that. Well, good. I'm glad you like it. Why is it being like that? Okay. Good stuff. Let's kind of bring the fur down a little bit more. All right, I think we're probably the max amount of fur we can create without just having some significant increase in vertices. So we'll disable that. Recompile it. And I'm going to go to the restroom while this is happening because it does take a little bit of time. Be right back. Yeah. Like, things are still loading. Okay, well, good thing I took a little break. There's just so many data transfers that it's really slow. It just takes a long time to evaluate each vertex. I guess I could combine them into a single object, and then just do the one data transfer modifier. That might be a little bit faster. Welcome back. Hello, Riso. My favorite GeoNode disaster wrapped up in human skin. How's you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How about yourself, Riso? Oh, you like having your tummy rude. Still on my vacation break. Heck yeah. This is the guy we're working on right now. We're making him a little fuzzy. Speaking of fuzzy, come here. Say hi to everyone. Sad that my break is going to be for the rest of the month. Heck yeah. Just waiting on this to load. Kitty! Yeah, it's just being good. Aren't you being good? Or he's being good. I always misgender them. Or missex them. Yeah. Say your hissy butt. Whoa! Gonna fall off. Yeah. We settled on Theo. This is Theo. First we went with Harris. That was kind of not quite our vibe. Looks a little bit more like a terrier or something. And careful. Jeez Louise. Yeah, move. I don't wanna hang out in the sun. Okay. he, he is intent on following me right now. Okay, so I don't like how this looks. A little too fuzzy. A little too fuzzy. So, good. We can trust our gut on how this looks then. Yeah, I think that'll look good. Very wolf-like, but not too over the top. Maybe a little bit more right here. Actually, get rid of the I know, I can just move it in. These should be set to bisect. Keeps the silhouette really nice. The neck, I feel like, is pretty close to done. Maybe fixing it up in here. It looks weird. There. That looks real weird. Something's wrong there. That'd be nice to have a little bit more volume in there. And maybe a fade a bit more into the shoulders. Yeah, I think it's a little triangle right there. Could do with it. Maybe a little bit more right there. But overall, looks pretty good. Pretty good. And let me ask ChatGPT a question real quick. So, I have some hair cards that are casting shadows. And I'm using the Koyami shader. Can I mask out the shadowing from the hair cards? Or fixed with proper testing? Oh, it might be the dithering. Actually. Because the alpha testing should work. Unless it's keeping the whole thing. No. Just see. Turn it off. Actually kind of like that. We multiply off. There. All right. Do what we can. global. A little bit nicer. That looks better. Okay. All right, now let's see if we can kind of speed up this combination. So the main issue, how long until we get to make items? And then the whole speed run until someone makes a not safe for work toy. I think people are already speed running that. But in terms of the props for VR chat, I did ask that question on the VR chat marketplace Discord, and someone said they're aiming for sometime in 2026, which, so I'd say like 5 to 6 months is before we could like maybe start planning around them. In the meantime, it'll definitely still just be avatars and growing that. Um, might be a good time to start looking at making games and stuff in VR chat too. I wonder if we could maybe I'll try to get a group together to collaborate on a world. Fluffy, hello, Wendy, welcome. Yeah, we're working on Fluffy Boy. He's a little too fluffy in this version, but certainly fluffed up. So we're gonna take the mesh. Look at each of these really quick. The data transfer. These two data transfers I could separate into a second object. It's not too bad. It just takes a long time to load. I mean, it takes a significant amount of time to load, though. All right. Yeah, let's do it. So what we'll do is create a new collection. We're going to call this per mesh pieces. And we're going to take everything in this hierarchy, and we're actually just going to move it down into here. We do one here too. Do a new collection. I mean, I might as well just combine them both. Okay. And we'll just remove fur curves mesh pieces from the body. So we go here, go to the body. Boom. Fur curve mesh pieces, we just want to remove that. All right. And then in fur combined. All right. And in here, brand new object, boom, which we'll call exactly the same thing. Boom, fur combined. And geometry nodes. It's going to be completely custom. We're going to take two collections. Relative positioning. Actually, no, I'll sample them directly in the graph if I can. And I was pining for longingly just added back support for Blender 3.6. Heck yeah, let's go. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so now with this fur combined, so we can select fur combined, one of these other objects, we're going to copy over to it. Why is it stuck on the geonode? Because I'm in edit mode. Okay. Okay, select here, copy the data transfer, copy the data transfer. All right. And then in here, that should mean we're only calculating those things once now, even though we still have the data transfer on there. I hope. Should work. Fingers crossed. And then fur combined is the only collection we're actually going to put in here. Save. Update. This should be significantly faster, like a quarter of the time. Because it was taking like 5 minutes to do this, so. Yeah, way faster. Nice. Perfect. That's what I was hoping for. Blender really just I don't know what it is, but their data transfer modifiers bug me because, or just all the modifiers. It's like it's already calculated things, but when you apply it, it calculates it again. I don't understand why it can't just take that information in the moment. Makes sense as there's multiple modifiers, but not all the time. Okay, perfect. Let's take a look. Good. Now we can test a lot faster. Which is a big relief. Thing is going to be so OP. Cheese. Yummy. I wish cheese loved me. What is the add-on, Arctic? Yeah, much better. Mizauro. Shape keys smoother. Oh yeah, I saw this trending on Twitter. Lets you create smooth shape keys pretty quickly since it allows you to rough out a shape key and then smooth it by selecting the surrounding areas. So just a more intelligent, smoother. Because it's a shape key, so it has an object to reference. Interesting. Very cool. Oh. Sorry to yawn. This class wants to know, tell us the add-on, please. Well, gee, that would have been helpful this past weekend. As a 3.6 scrub, I don't get many shiny add-ons no more. Looking forward to try this out. Very useful, actually. That seems like well worth it. Because shape keys are one of the worst things about Blender. I really think they're just handled super poorly. They're so difficult to work with. It's like on another level of absurd pain. All right, he looks fuzzy. Now let's just get the weight painting working. So it looks like we're missing a few pieces of weight painting. The teeth and nose. Are not weighted. Teeth, nose, and ears. It's just that the developer who implemented shape keys in Blender wasn't simply having a good day and decided to solve the system we currently have. That's my headcanon. He used some blood magic and curse upon you and your family. Can't remember, but I tell you about being tasked to speed run face tracking. Yes, you mentioned it. But I think when you mentioned you were just about to start doing it. How'd it go? Ugh. Certainly a lot of work. Face tracking is painful and tedious. What y'all talking about? Your add-on is a godsend for that. Wrapped up Saturday night. I'll DM you the vid. Just that not everyone has the rig set up for it. Yes, very, very true. Rigging, although it's tedious, it saves so much time. Honestly, I believe that your shape key maker is probably the best thing that exists for track creation. Oh, real? Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. I can't wait to see the vid. Wrapped up Saturday night. Let's take a little look-see. It is a fact. Well, thank you. I'll have to promote it more. Ooh. Hey, let's go. That looks really good. Do you tie the like mouth position, mouth to the eyes, or is the eye tracking its own thing? If we're to advise someone face tracking, you can bet for a fact I recommend you. But thank you, Arisa. Thank you. This looks great, Wendy. You should definitely post that on Twitter or something. I think people will get a kick out. You could probably sell that. If that avatar is for sale, you could sell that as a add-on or something like that. Base, anyway, you know what I'm saying. People would eat that up. I've actually been thinking that I really should just be targeting avatars that already exist a lot more. Don't know if that model is very popular. That's something someone will find valuable. I mean, that is value. Suffered a lot making that face tracking. I need to tell you, you should be proud of yourself. That's some high quality work right there. It is, definitely is. Eyes needed constraints still, so not a lot of eye movement for that vid. Gotcha. Oh, it's good. I like the pupils. Ugh. What face tracking hardware are you using? True anime fashion had no jaw movement, so I gave her a jaw bubble. All right, sorry, spacing out a little. I didn't really need to remake the ears. Oh, I already did. Um, actually, I did. I did need to remake the ears. Let's look at our skeleton. Why isn't it mirroring? So that's actual geometry. Cool. That looks good. Let's get the head in there so we can sample some more correct bones. And let's get the head visible. Like that. There we go. Jerry's really did make it so much easier to work than it could have been. Oh my god, I couldn't imagine otherwise. It would be like 10 times the amount of effort. Mostly just followed along with the video tutorials. Well, good. Yeah. VR chat community coming together. No, you're fine. We need some more fur, actually. We need fur for the ears. Oops. More fluff. Oh. Oops. Gosh darn it. Just the ears, please. Okay, so let's shrink that down. Then we're going to switch a lot of our modifiers to be working with the ear instead. That other thing. That other thing. And boom, boom, boom. I actually don't need these two data transfers anymore. So we're combining them elsewhere. But again, here's the something like that. And on the other fur strands, it'll be kind of hard to work with because they will compete for space. be interesting having these in the middle. My eyes. Ah, feels better. And there. Let's turn off the shrink wrap for these ones. A little hard to tell what's going on in there, but can't really put them on the edge. Hard to tell how that's going to come out, but let's take a little look-see in Unity. Oh, we actually need to update the collection first. The combined here needs one more collection info, and that will be the ear for ear mesh pieces, which will combine. Beautiful. More fluff. This goes. Loading, loading. All right. Ooh, that looks cool. It looks a little... what would be the word? Too jagged. I wonder if there's a way we could smooth it out before... So if we look at all the fur pieces for combined, it looks like this. I think what we could do is add a normal... We can actually add two data transfers. Yeah, because we have this data transfer for just the body in general. For... Actually, it should just be face corner data. Sorry, should just be vertex groups. Yeah, I don't want this here. Should still work. I also don't want that. I just want to combine them. Well, that I didn't remove them before because that would have taken a lot of time to redo. Okay. But we can still add one more data transfer just for normals for a new object. Let's just put in a cube here with a bunch of subdivisions. Okay, looks kind of odd. Run this up a few more times. Save. Hide it. So we want a data transfer from this object. We're getting these custom normals, which should give us much smoother shading, but we want to we need the vertex group that the fur has. So that would be mask data transfer fur strand. I think. But we have to add it as a group first in order to use it in the modifier. That's pretty much exactly what we want. Okay. So that should give us much smoother normals from most directions. derived from this object. It's like our little component. A lot of groups for no reason here, so we're gonna delete. Take these, put them here. For our strands, we'll rename for components. And we'll take this, drop it here, rename it to for normal. All right. Let's see how that worked. All right, 12:24 already? Oh my god, where does the day go? That's too fast. Too fast. Gosh dang. During my vacation time, I spent 5 hours retopologizing this human skull to make a funny joke to my avatar. I jump scare my friend saying, "Hey man, I'm fucking dead, dog," while changing my head to the skull. It was worth it for a 5 seconds joke. Good. That is the magic. This is where the magic is in this game. Alright, those normals look a lot better. I'm probably going to take like a 30-minute break in about 5 minutes, get some food in my body, and then I'll be back. We'll do another 2 hours worth of work. Learning game industry standards for the memes. Hey buddy, I learned game design just to just to jump scare you. You get me? I'm a meme lord. After all, you don't know how many memes I've made. Interesting. Definitely looks a bit smoother, but it's kind of glossy. Interesting. What is that coming from? Is that the rim lighting? Or the specular? It's probably the specular. It loads. It's part of it. It's the way. The way. Part of it is the smoothness, but it's mostly the rim lighting. Mix base color. Okay, that's a pretty minimal change. Switch this to like mixed. Multiply is still pretty good. We'll just want to add the base color in there so it's not as odd looking. Oh wow, those ear textures are bricked up. Interesting. It's broken in all the same way on them, which is actually quite odd. Getting kind of an odd line right there too. Yeah, that looks pretty good though. All right, I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be back 30 minutes, and then we're in our final stretch for the day. So see you in just a little bit, everyone. I'll be right back. Go eat. Oh yeah, I'm back. What's up, Ariso? Thank you, Arctic. Thank you, Wendy. For goo, have you checked your VRC? Have you checked the VRC light system Unity add-on? No, I haven't. Is that the light volume thing everyone's been doing? I've seen a bunch of it on Twitter, but I haven't messed around with it at all. It looks cool. It's good to know that I do need to update the latest Poyomi version because I believe that it's built in, so you can just use it. Gonna mess around with it? You should. It looks awesome. I think with some clever engineering, that might be a pretty big game changer for the quality of VR. That's about it. Thank you for your attention. We'll talk about it later. Sounds good. We'll catch you later, Risa, Arctic, Wendy. I'll be back very soon. House always wins. All right. Jump scares for anyone, but Logan. I'm gonna adjust the blending here. Maybe I have it reversed. Can't tell. Thank you. Duplicate this. Flip this one. Should be able to blend them both. Say right there. One more rebake. Excuse me. It probably won't come out as well as I think. Ugh. Need to fix the ears too. Wait for that to load. Excuse me. That did not turn us out as well as I would have liked because the very first one we replace too much. Too much. Then we want something a bit more like that, I guess. That's too much. Right there. Right about there. Open. All right, probably going to be a kind of a slow end to the day. Got at least another hour of streaming in me, and then probably some stuff I'll do off stream, or maybe I'll do some social media posts. I was posting some YouTube shorts, and those were getting some good reception, which was nice. Yeah, I definitely need to be posting more. Where it touches, better blending, which is good. Hopefully it doesn't just lose that. Because it got kind of a little too glossy. That smoothed the normals way too much. So hopefully this will be like a nice middle ground. So I've been, in my spare time, I've been looking at Quonset huts. So I wasn't familiar with that word. I don't know what the word means. Quonset, huts. But anyway, they're like a really cheap structure that you can make just with steel. It's basically just like a tube. I'm surprised we don't see more homes like that. Why does housing have to be so expensive? Like, is it just aesthetics that's really keeping the price so high? Seems to me that that's part of it. Okay. Now let's take a look at our ears. And Y is B. Oh, that would do it. We removed the data transfers, but we did need a data transfer for our face corner data for the UVs here. And that can go before the mirror. Boom. Okay, one more compile. Loading. All right. Yours should be looking better. What the heck? What the heck? Oh, that's right. So the main thing I forgot is that for the ears, we actually have to target a specific UV map. So back to, so applying it would have been nice. Perfect. All the same modifiers, right? Might have adjusted the displace on some of them. So I guess I'll have to move this down here. And custom normals, the UVs we want to copy are simply first ones. Layer selection, UV map, layer mapping. Our two UV maps here should only affect that one. Okay, so select all, copy to selected. So it would have been easier if my shader had a UV map. And here. Okay, so it's still broken, at least on the version move here. How about here? That looks a lot better. Okay. And get a faster computer. Holy crap. Hey. So got an odd crunch here. That does look like some sort of misinterpretation of the UV map. Maybe because they're intersecting. Well, it's a little goofy, but there is a way to ensure that we absolutely have the correct one. And what we'll do is in the ear, actually no, well, on the ear, we're going to select the front. I'll be right there. Make a vertex group, which we'll call mask front, or ear half. We'll assign those. Okay. Then we're actually going to make a completely different object. We're going to reference that object. So we go in here, body components, make a new collection, and we'll call this ear split. Okay. And in here, we'll make an object, delete everything about it, add a geometry node. In that geometry node, we want to join selected object. That object will be our ear. We get our ear back. Then we'll add another modifier, which will simply be a mask, and we'll use the group we made a second ago. Did I save that name? No, I did not. Go back to low poly really quick. Are these the actual ears? No. There we go. Ears low. Mask ear half. Let me copy that. Back to the other object. So we need to add it there in order to sample it. And now we can simply swap. So we'll call this object ear half front. Then duplicate it and do ear half back. And this is better than instancing an object because everything's zeroed out. Got the group. Simpler. For back, we want to do this. I guess smooth. Right, like that. Sam, any suggestions for skybox materials for Unity? Oh, sorry, I did not know you were doing black magic again. Just power of modifiers. For the skyboxes, if you're looking to make them, you can simply get a camera. So there's a few different ways you can do it. I think the simplest way is to kind of set up a Unity scene, and then you can just kind of render a background. If you're looking to make them from scratch. Other than that, there are some free packs of skyboxes on like the Unity Asset Store. But you can make fully custom skyboxes from Blender. As in a skybox material, the shader, I already have made a skybox, the image. If you want, there's lots of free ones on the Unity shop. I think just a standard skybox material is going to be just fine. I don't know much about what else you could change for the shader themselves, for the shader itself. All right, so that's ear half and back. Go to our ear. For the ones that are a little busted, just the back ones, we'll go ahead and actually make a collection for. All right, thank you, Sam. Absolutely. I do think that in order to make the most compelling skyboxes, you would have to embrace making a completely custom shader. I don't know how else you do that. There's like the standard method in Unity is just to like use a set of images or an image, but that's always limited by the resolution. I think you would want like a super layered shader for like, I'm sure in video games, the skybox is also an extremely built up shader. For my skybox from Ambient CG. Ambient CG has been a lifesaver when it comes to textures. Myself. Boom, boom, boom. Do one of those. Move these into back. Move these into here to front. Cool. So for these, we'll start with the front. Select all of them, go to data transfer and do ear F front. Oh, and then copy to selected. Then back. I just did that. No, no, it didn't. Yeah. So much clicking. Please load my collections. Here. Back. Copy. Just selected. Boom. Some decent changes there, which means I think we made the right move. All right. Save. And save again. $119. I'm going to probably start making a social media post, some sort of short video to post. So after we get this uploaded, I'll do like a before and after of our boy. Okay. All right, bada boom. What? Oh, I probably included too many. Okay, so when you go back, grab these ones in particular. So these ones, I'm looking at the right side. Excuse me. Should I switch these? I wonder why it's still so busted. Like it's better, but what is keeping it from being perfect? I can see now that these ones are also messed up still. Are these still on the old ear half from that data transfer? Oh, no. But I will move the data transfer for the mirror. How much is that going to change it? Not at all. I mean, this looks correct to me. Let's actually go to shading and just put in the UV map. Still looks pretty correct. So I understand. These ones I do though. Mesh pieces, front. Aha, okay. Yeah, okay. I see what's going on. Should have just looked at this one. Hard to tell exactly which one it is, but I think it's this one. No. It must be in the other group. So I want to send these to the back. Try again. I really should just reference the exact texture. So let's go ahead. This, maybe I have it already. Albedo. No, I don't. Excuse me. Wow. My mimics can't walk up the towers very well, so I guess I need to make a walk path collider up them after all. I'll see what it feels like for players too if I only use it for the NPC pathing. Or if I only use it for the NPC pathing. Excuse me. Are those NPCs automatically synced? Are their positions synced automatically between players? Like, do we both see both players see the mimic in the same position? Is there like a VR chat pathing component? Yes, we spent ages to get them synchronized. There is some lag though, which is out of our control. That's understandable. I was gonna say like that is actually a genuinely challenging thing to do. Uh, I really don't like making things in VR chat just precisely because networking can be such a challenge. Really need to get my butt into gear to learn Blender animation so I get more creative with the wake up plus chase animation. So exciting. Very exciting. Okay, we're gonna start doing the recording now. Sure this is sent over. Oh, cool. I do a nice little update on him in here. I mean, yeah, might as well put the okay. Let's put the material together for the character. So, um, the alpha is really the only thing that we're worried about here. For everything else, I like to get it set up properly. So, albedo, normal, specular, decal mask. Remember what I'm decaling. So make sure transmission is removed because that one's always a big pain in the butt. Now we do have the normals side. And for Is reflection specular? Yes, it is. We can separate. Separate the color. And I believe smoothness is this one. And we want to invert it. Right, and then the decal is for the eye. But we can go ahead and, oh no! You got rid of my, oh, damn it. You got rid of that. Let me go ahead and just copy this. Put it back up. Hopefully this will work, probably won't. Oh, it worked. Nice. Okay. Beautiful. Sort of. In a weird little. What's that? Use the references here too. What's that? What is that right there? We lose our vertex paint. Just getting this random attribute here. That shouldn't interfere with anything. Aye, aye, aye. Okay. Might be this one then. Maybe it's the first one. Smoothness, G. Yep, and we invert it, plug it into the reference, that should be correct. Metallic is actually the first color. That could just be fed in directly. Rest don't matter. Let me just reload this file. Also need to get ready. Got to get ready for biking. Have a nice rest of the day. I'll say same to you. Enjoy biking, both of you. Also need to get ready for biking and do one final test before shipping this package off. The NavMesh agent is a unique photo that has what like to build NPCs. So have a nice rest of your day, Sam. Same to you both. Thank you both for hanging out. Enjoy your biking. Bye. Okay, so it's just these maps here that are being weird. Ah. Oh. That's the clothing. There's no way this is correct. There we go. Okay. Now I do need to mix the base color with something. So we need 2 more image masks. We'll take our UV map. Should have kept that one there. And we're going to open up our eye base color. Excuse me. Then we'll also open up the decal mask. And we're going to mix this color with our eye color using that decal mask. Looks like we need to swap them. Still quite interesting there. Why would I see it at all? Question. Because we have to separate the color, and only one of these colors is actually the mask we need. Wait. These are the decals. Sorry. This is the eye. This is a decal. So swap these. We just need one more mix. Here to mix white with our eye color. That. Okay, so we got the eyes. We got the fur. This is probably a great point to make our little video, which we'll do in just one moment. Render it out, I mean. We just need to also get the tail texture. Body, fur, sorry, fluff tail. Potato. Get rid of transmission. This one's flexion specular, so we take that, we separate the colors. Metallic, invert color into roughness, then transmission can go. That should pretty much be it for the tail. Cool. Now we're going to render this out. Do a little short format video because we've got camera set up in the scene, even though you can't see it. We're going to turn on. Ray tracing's already turned on. Good. Here. Hop in the shower, BRB. Hello, Foxy. Welcome. Two messages above. Oh, I see one. The other one is just the skybox comment. But I see one. I thought of using a rigid body in which the whole thing has blown up, and then by reverse playing the animation, I can restore. I was also thinking that maybe I could bake that data into a shape key and make it even easier for myself. One above that one. The only one above that one that I see from you is regarding skybox. How'd you go by making a Blender rigid body animation into a Unity animation? Context: working on a world that has this asset that exploded. Want to restore it to its original form using the animation. Pressure and platform that reconstitutes itself. So there's probably two ways you could do that. First is you could use just a shader, but that's a more complex route where you would actually want to take sections of your mesh, assign a color to them, and then animate those masked sections of mesh using like a video texture, some sort of animation that plays a vector offset. For most like rigid body animations that you're going to do in Unity, if they're just like simple brick shapes or whatever, you can make a simulation in Blender, bake that simulation into keyframes, and then just play it backwards. But you would have to have animations for each step, basically. And then the other main way simulations are brought in a lot of time is an alembic file, but you can't really bring that into VRChat, not onto an avatar. In a world, you might be able to, but an alembic is literally just like a set of meshes that you swap out. That's for like more deformation or when you need to like rip something, you might use an alembic file. But it sounds to me like the rigid body stuff is what you want to do. And so I'm pretty sure you just do this where you like save the animation. Make keyframes, and you just do that with all your selected objects. So I'll send that to you. There. But the most efficient way would be like a shader. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure there's some other ways to do it, but I can't. Maybe like a particle system, but then you'd probably still need to use a shader. Yeah, those are the standard ways. Absolutely. Look forward to seeing what you make. I think the rigid body is going to be the best solution for me. It's definitely the most tried and true. It'll just make the only downside is just the amount of objects, but your chat's pretty good with that actually. Oh, excuse me. All right. So here on the avatar, what we want to do just make the lighting look a little bit better. Lighting looks kind of shit right now. These are not great options. I thought the ray tracing was supposed to make stuff look really good, but it honestly looks kind of dookie to me. And this one doesn't look too bad after looking at the other ones. um, Go to shading, go to the world, and I'm just going to make this a little bit darker. Or I guess that's not it. That would be here. I don't have a color to change there. I can just do opacity and that's it. But I am going to render out, so too much work. Okay, so we'll go to view. We'll go to our render here. We're going to set that to 2, save, and we're going to render this animation. Oh, sorry. No. We're going to go to view here and do viewport render animation. Cool. Okay. Save that. That's our animated video. And I'll probably just send it to myself on TikTok and do a little, put it together, upload it, share it elsewhere. What did I do on YouTube? With my last one. Last time I did this one. It's literally just that. Okay. Just the one turnaround. Wow, the image quality is garbage. Is that my video or is that YouTube? Where did this export? All right, the video is not bad. So let me look up Blender best YouTube export. Okay. FMPEG. Before. Let's just be my bit rate on YouTube, because this also looks like shit. All right, we're gonna call it there. I'm gonna go ahead and upload some stuff to YouTube, make some calls, and that's gonna be my day right there. But thank you all for hanging out. Definitely looking forward to seeing what y'all been up to. Tomorrow we're just gonna do more Foxhound. I think I'm gonna be able to start the clothing, and that should go really quick. The clothing hopefully will be very fast. And other than that, thank you all for hanging out. And Foxhound, I'll send you some image updates. Oh, you just saw the turnaround video there, so. But I'll send you just more Unity screenshots, which let me open that up right now. But other than that, I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you all for hanging out. Enjoy your day. Happy Monday. I'll see you all soon. Bye, Resale. Bye, Wendy. Bye, Arctic. Bye, anyone else that's lurking. Have a good one.